Good evening, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. Look, it's the U.S. Capitol right there. You can see it. Actually, if you take this away, you can see some vehicles in front there. I'm guessing maybe some people arriving at the U.S. Capitol. But there it is. Oops, got to put this up on the screen. Oops, that's too big. Oh, no. Oh, no. Everything's falling apart. It's a little better. So there it is. President Trump is going to be there in a little bit giving his address to Congress. It's like the State of the Union address, but in recent decades, when it's the president's first year after being elected and it's not a repeat election, one right after the other, then they call it an address to joint session of Congress. But it's basically like the State of the Union address. So we're going to be watching it. We're going to have live coverage for you. We're going to show you the stuff before where he comes in and the people clap. Some people clap and he says hi to people. And then we'll have the Democratic response after. And we'll be taking your comments on the air. So looking forward to checking this out with you guys. Bringing you live coverage tonight. So thanks for being here. How long until it starts? I literally in the headline, it says around 9 p.m. Eastern time. So an hour and 24 minutes from now. Let's see here. Hey, I want to thank our moderators who are here. Beth Mythical. The stuff inside Congress will start. The stuff inside Congress, you know, when people are coming in and stuff, that's going to start. I'm supposed to have a feed from inside the building in about 40 minutes. In about 40 minutes, I'll get a feed from inside the building so we can watch that. Thank you to our moderators. Ruth Krafasi is moderating. Thank you so much. Beth Mythical. Roberts May Queen. Thank you. Also, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Thank you. On Twitch, we have moderating right now Moment of Lovely, Seriro. DeBears, Matthew Kohai, McBritches, Surly Dev. Thank you. Also on Twitch, thanks to DeBears for subscribing, to Sketty Sandwich for subscribing, and Planes Were Cool for subscribing. So nice of you. And also thanks to our Facebook moderators. We have Margaret Riley is there. Kay Lowry Body is there. Thanks for moderating over there. And thanks also to Pops1, our member, D-Gen from Canada. Thanks, D-Gen, for your support. Thanks to, boy, I can't even pronounce, IQALU ... 9. Thanks for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you. Also, Tikrom. Thank you, Tikrom, for your support. Really nice of you. Thanks to PZ Papa Zulu for the gift memberships. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you gift memberships. Thanks, PZ Papa Zulu, for all your support. Really nice of you. Thanks, Evil Bunny, for the gift memberships. Shadows, thanks for the gift memberships. The Shadows 6530. And thanks also Ryan M., our member, as well. Thank you, guys. All right. So, yeah, in about 35 minutes, we should have some sort of video from inside the room, at least. And then we'll watch the proceedings going on there. You know, I saw this story. We'll talk about that in a little bit. I don't want to get there too quick. There's an interesting story floating around tonight that I wanted to mention to you. But we're going to talk about what's going to happen at this speech. Let's talk about a couple of those things. Give me a second here. I just got to pull something up. We're going to see what you think about this is going to happen at the speech, too. You can message me on X at Lookner. Let's see here. I want to pull this up. Here we go. Oops. Trump to address Congress. Oops, that should be a little higher there. Trump to address Congress for first time since returning to power. There you go. Reuters says it's going to start at 9:10 p.m. That's what Reuters says. This is a Reuters article. President Trump will address Congress today after upending U.S. foreign policy, igniting a trade war with close allies, slashing the federal workforce, and stretching the limits of presidential power during a dizzying 6 weeks in office. Has it only been 6 weeks? The speech, his first to Congress since taking office on January 20th, is set to begin at 9:10 p.m. Eastern Time. After Trump's sweeping new tariffs against Mexico, Canada, and China drove U.S. markets sharply downward for the second straight day. Let me take some comments from you guys. Ken says it feels like a decade. Evelyn, I don't think this will be late. I think it'll start on time. I'm pretty confident this will start on time. There's a whole thing, there's a whole like schedule where he gets there a little early and, you know, he comes in early, and the schedule I have actually says like there's like Speaker Johnson calls the House to order at 8:35, and then the Sergeant at Arms announces Vice President J.D. Vance at 8:35, and then Joint Chiefs enter at 8:40. Second Lady Usha Vance is escorted into the Executive Gallery at 8:45. First Lady Melania Trump is escorted into the Executive Gallery at 8:55, and he starts at 9:10. 9:10. You know, yeah, so that's what it sounds like. I don't know though. I want to hold off on saying specifically it's going to be 9:10. I'm going to go with around 9 right now. I'm going to leave it up there saying that. But there'll be stuff to watch before then. Thank you, EPA Kratos Smith. Kratos Smith, I don't really know what's going on with EPA cuts. I don't have an answer on that at the tip of my tongue. Maybe a little later I can look into it, but I don't have any information on that. I'm sorry. I appreciate your support. Maybe if we get a little time later, I'll look into it. I want to kind of focus to the start on the big themes he's going to talk about. Now, Reuters was reporting earlier. You can see here. Trump, at a former TV showman with a flair for the dramatic, Trump at one point appeared to be preparing for a surprise announcement, the signing of a rare minerals deal between the U.S. and Ukraine, that the president has made the cornerstone of his proposed peace plan to end the Ukraine-Russia conflict. Sources told Reuters Trump told advisors early in the day that he wants to announce the deal in his speech, though they cautioned that nothing has been signed yet and the situation could change. I've heard nothing about a deal having been signed at this point. He had said yesterday he's going to say something, give some kind of update about a possible Ukraine deal tonight in the speech, so we'll hear something about that. Later today, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent told Fox News there was no signing planned for a minerals deal. You never know, though, you know? You never know. What are you guys anticipating for this? What do you think? Let me know your thoughts on what we're going to see and what you're looking forward to, and also what you're hoping he talks about. Tony Neem is watching from Pennsylvania. Beep says, I anticipate the announcement of annexation of Judea and Samaria. I don't think he's gonna. I don't think Beep's being serious. But you never know. I mean, at some point. That'd be very controversial if Israel did it. I believe that's the way. That's what the West Bank is called by some in the Middle East. Yeah, I'm looking at an Axios article here, which is, hold on a second here. The West Bank says the Hebrew name of the West Bank is Judea and Samaria. All right, hang on. There's the capital right there. You know, so obviously I think we're going to have Trump talk about immigration. He'll talk about the staffing reductions and reductions in government spending he wants to do. Well, certain reductions, but he also, I mean, the current plan for the budget is not to reduce government spending because you're going to have tax cuts as well. But he wants government spending to balance his tax cuts. I wouldn't be surprised if he talks about tax cuts, talks about what's going on with Ukraine and Russia. D. Dinota says, does he address the market slide? That I don't know. Thanks, B. Colorado, for your support. I don't know if will he talk about the tariffs a lot. B. Colorado says, yes, 25% tariff sucks for all you poor people. Will he have some kind of surprise announcement, you know? He, like the article said, he is a showman. Maybe he wants to have some kind of big thing to announce. Beth says, Doge Musk update. Michael Sullivan says he's going to pull out of NATO. I mean, this is a prime time, address to the nation. Will Elon be there? Good question, Tracy. DJ Shock thinks he's actually signing the deal with Ukraine, and he'll announce that. Thanks also to Logan Express, who thinks it's going to be unpresidential and name-call Democrats. There's also, thank you, Logan Express, there's also this question of how much Democrats might interrupt or not, and shout, or I've seen, speculation that some Democrats might walk out. There's a few Democrats who are not showing up. KC says, I think it will just be a review of everything that has been accomplished up to this point. Donald Mulligan says Putin will do a video call. Jason Santoro, our viewer, says this is so exciting. Our viewer Dio Yanch says Trump withdraws from NATO and maybe even the UN. Thanks so much to Jeff Buddington. Thank you, Jeff. That's really nice of you. Thanks also to Multicorker from Canada. Wow. Who's been watching for a long time. Thank you, Multicorker. It's really nice of you. Thanks for shouting at the mods. Thanks also to Casa Magica Mahika. Photography for being a member. And thanks Free Air from Canada. Thank you. And our member Angelina Knox. We're going to talk about more about what to expect in tonight. Actually, let me just check something here. We will have the Democratic response as well, which I believe Michigan Senator Alyssa Slotkin is going to give. Ooh, I have a little preview here. Look. What to watch when Trump gives his big speech to Congress from AP. They say Donald Trump loves a good spectacle, and it's hard to top a speech to a joint session of Congress. The House chamber is packed with lawmakers, and the Senate president's arrival is announced in a booming voice by the sergeant at arms, triggering cacophonous applause. The speech is not technically considered a State of the Union address, because it's his first year of a new term, but there's no distinguishable difference. Hey, so a couple things AP is wondering about. This is one of our viewers just asked this. Where's Elon Musk? The most powerful people in the American government are usually on the dais during an event like this. The House Speaker and the Vice President sit behind him. However, they've been largely overshadowed by Elon Musk. Will Musk be there, or some special guests at presidential speeches often sit above the chamber in the gallery? Will Musk be there or someone else or somewhere else? I don't know. Where will Elon Musk be if he's there? How long will the speech be, says Sandy Miller? That's a good question. I don't know how long his previous ones were. This sounds like a question I could try to ask AI and see what it says. Let's see if I can get a quick answer for you. There's this weird thing. I find the different AI chatbots really helpful a lot of the time. You know, ChatGPT, Perplexity, Gemini. There's a lot of them. There's Grok and all these different ones. There's this weird thing with Gemini, which is the Google one, where there's so many questions it says I can't answer that for you because it interprets it as a political question. Like, you can't really ask it about politics stuff. It doesn't want to talk about that. But I said to it, how long were Trump's previous State of the Union speeches? That's not a political question. That's just a fact of the matter question. I can't help you with that. Anyways, I asked Perplexity, which told me that his 3 State of the Unions from 2018 to 2020 were between an hour and 18 minutes and an hour and 22 minutes. An average of 80 minutes long. So maybe he'll do 80 minutes again. It's interesting. They were, according to Perplexity AI, assuming this is correct, 2018, an hour and 20 minutes. 2019, an hour and 22 minutes. 2020, an hour and 18 minutes. That's pretty consistent. It's pretty consistent. By the way, in about maybe a half an hour, we should have some video for you. From inside the House chamber. I don't have any at the moment for you. Ooh, What is this? Hang on a moment. That video I don't have access to. The networks have access to a video like watching people arrive from overhead, but I don't have that one. I'm not a member of the network pool. But I'll keep my eye out. But by about 8:25, we're supposed to have Eastern time, supposed to have some other video for you. I have that video for you. Oh, thanks, by the way, to Ken Lance, who says, good to see common sense prevailing between Trump and Zelensky. Will a few British troops breathing a little easier? Thank you, Ken, for your support. That's really nice of you. Thank you also, Beam Me Up, for the gift memberships. Thanks, Beam Me Up. Thank you to Alex S. Alex S. thinks Trump is going to be a pompous buffoon. Wow, Alex S. is not optimistic about this speech. Thank you, Ty Crom, for your support. I appreciated Ty Crom. Thank you also, Angelina Knox and Free Air. Ty Crom thinks Zelensky will be relocated to Trump Gaza to run a government in exile? That's Ty Crom's comment. Let me know your thoughts on what you think we're going to see at Lookner. I'm really wondering if there's going to be some kind of big surprise announcement tonight. Joe Goldenbaum is yet another viewer who thinks America is leaving NATO tonight. A number of our viewers have suggested that Trump will announce that America is leaving NATO. Sarah says, I can't take another surprise announcement. Doodle Captain says he will definitely surprise us. Another thing AP pointed out in that article that's people are watching is, what is Trump going to say about Ukraine? There's this question of, there's been some speculation today about whether he might announce a minerals deal with Ukraine. He said yesterday he was going to have more to say about it today. So I'm sure he'll talk about that, but we don't know exactly what he's going to say. AP says, how do lawmakers behave? This is from Associated Press. They say presidential speeches to Congress have become rowdier affairs. Representative Joe Wilson, a South Carolina Republican, famously shouted, "You lie," at President Barack Obama's address to Congress in 2009, and decorum has not improved much since then. President Biden got into his own back and forth with Republicans, and Trump is known for deviating from his script with attempts to stir outrage among his opponents. How will Democrats respond? Sometimes their protests have been quiet, such as when women wore white, the color of the suffragette movement, to previous events. But at a time when Democratic voters have been eager for their representatives to be more aggressive, it's possible they become more vocal. AP also says, does Trump spell out a legislative plan? There are something, the president wants spending cuts, border security funding, and tax cuts. Trump could reveal more about his goals or prod lawmakers to work faster. Any remark he makes could reshape the debate, says AP. The AP also says, which version of Trump will show up? They say the president is in his element when he's delivering freewheeling remarks, bouncing from topic to topic in what he likes to call the weave. But that's not usually how these kind of speeches go. They're often carefully scripted. How long will Trump stick to the teleprompter? And how much does he veer off track? Good question. We'll have to see. Let me know what you think. Reading some of your comments here. Corey says, I predict a lot of blue-yellow clothing among the Democratic attendees. You mean to support Ukraine? Maybe pins or something? Or ribbons? That's interesting. The House Freedom Caucus posted something I'm going to show you about. I'm going to show you. Hold on. They are, Wikipedia says, considered to be the most far-right bloc within the Congress. They are Republicans. The House Freedom Caucus posted this. Hold on a second. I'll show you what they posted. Right here. Warning from the House Freedom Caucus Board. The President's address, where is it here? The President's address to tonight's joint session of Congress. Hang on, let me do it this way. I'm going to highlight it for you. There we go. Here. The President's address to tonight's joint session of Congress is a constitutional obligation, not a sideshow for Democrats to use noisemakers, make threats, throw things, or otherwise disrupt. Our colleagues are on notice that the heckler's veto will not be tolerated. You will be censured. We expect the Sergeant at Arms and Capitol Police to take appropriate action against any members of Congress or other persons violating House rules. Distant Galaxy thinks there will be a lot of weaving by Trump. Nick Nembus says, can't afford to throw eggs anymore. Corey says, be on your best behavior, folks. So that's the House Freedom Caucus there. So it's right now 8:03 p.m. In just about 20 minutes, I'm supposed to start getting some video from inside the House chamber. In about 20 minutes. That should be interesting. So we'll have, even before the speech starts, we'll have a bunch of video. According to the schedule, at 8:35, in about half an hour, Speaker Mike Johnson will call the House to order. So we don't have that much time. Shakespeare Cafe thinks Trump will be late. I want to show you, though, one quick story, because I've seen it. ABC News, the New York Times, and AP are all reporting the same story that I want to show you. Others might be reporting it as well. So ABC News, the New York Times, and AP all have some version of this story. Are you ready? The IRS is drafting plans to cut as much as half of its 90,000 person workforce. Again, they are not the only ones reporting this. A bunch of outlets are reporting this tonight. AP says the IRS is drafting plans to cut its workforce by as much as half through a mix of layoffs, attrition, and incentivized buyouts, according to two people familiar with the situation. The layoffs are part of the Trump administration's efforts to shrink the size of the federal government through billionaire Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency by closing agencies, laying off nearly all probationary employees who have not yet gained civil service protection, and offering buyouts to almost all federal employees through a deferred resignation program to quickly reduce the government workforce. A former IRS commissioner, John Koskinen, said a reduction in force of tens of thousands of employees would render the IRS dysfunctional. And again, they're not the only one reporting this tonight. So I don't want to get too into this, but look, it certainly looks like a lot more federal layoffs are coming. Various agencies in the federal government, I think all of them basically, have been asked, yes, right here, look. From the AP story, according to a White House memo sent to federal agencies in late February, we've looked at that memo on the air, agencies are to develop a report by March 13th on its reduction in force plans, but it's unclear whether the White House will approve the IRS's reorganization plan and over what period of time it would be implemented. But certainly looks like there's going to be more major federal layoffs coming. That's what it looks like. Yeah, Great Awakening mentioned federal buildings being sold. That's another story I saw tonight. Well, possibly being sold. Here's that story. Hold on. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. FBI and DOJ headquarters are among more than 440 federal buildings listed for potential sale. The Trump administration on Tuesday published a list of more than 400 federal properties it says it could close or sell, according to the including the FBI headquarters and the main Department of Justice building, after deeming them not core to government operations. The list includes some of the country's most recognizable buildings and spans nearly every state, with properties ranging from courthouses to office buildings and parking garages. Anyway, I don't want to get too into that now. There's the list. Non-core property list. That's at the GSA. We are identifying buildings and facilities that are not core to government operations or non-core properties for disposal. Selling ensures that taxpayer dollars are no longer spent on vacant or underutilized federal spaces. Disposing of these assets helps eliminate costly maintenance and allows us to reinvest in high-quality work environments that support agency missions. All right, so again, I don't want to get too caught up in this. It's a little bit of a side topic, but I just wanted to make sure, I just wanted to mention those stories. We're going to keep the focus on the speech, though. Macro Geek says the man is a whirlwind. Diane Allworth says, I voted for the man, but I'm baffled at some actions right now, not what I had in mind. Paul Tissue says, downsize the federal government. Marin Gobra says, the FBI headquarters isn't necessary. What? Bill Huang says, sell to who? Well, I assume maybe some private, if the price is right, I assume some private person or group would want to buy it. Hey, thanks, Roxy, for being a member. Thanks to Evil Bunny, who says, Trump speech to Congress, you're all fired? Thank you, Matthew Bradford, for the gift membership. Thank Matthew. Thanks, Michael Mac Isaac, who is a member. Tabitha Veers, our new member. Nick Ross, thank you, who thinks crypto is going to go crazy. And also Ty Crom, who is bullish on eggs. Also, hang on a second here. E-Biker, thanks for your support on Twitch. Sedated Psycho, thanks for subscribing over there. Jeff1202, thanks for subscribing. Rival Killer, thanks for the bits on Twitch. Arizona Toaster, thanks for subscribing. Redefine Happiness, thanks for the bits. Ma Florida, thanks for the gift sub. SNP Zapper, thank you for subscribing. Gift subs from Ma Florida. Thank you, Ma Florida. That's really nice of you. Ma Florida 22. One of our viewers said, that Michael McIsaac says, this could be wild. Hey, shout out also to our moderators. Really appreciate you being here. Beth Mythical, Roberts Mayqueen, Ruth Krafasi over there on YouTube. They are the ones who allow us we couldn't have our chat rooms without our moderators. So thank you so much for allowing us to have chat rooms. On Twitch, A Moment of Lovely, Big Ball of Yarn, Seriro, David Green, Matthew Kohai, McBritches, Papa Bear, Surly Dev, and Tariag. Thank you. Also over there on Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, thanks so much. Linda Bell Clary, Misha on X. Thanks to all of our moderators. It's 8:11 right now. We only have about 14 minutes until I'm supposed to start getting some video from inside the Capitol. As long as that happens on schedule. So let's hope we get that on schedule. Oh, if you look at the video right here, it looks like maybe some people are showing up to the Capitol. See at the bottom left, you see though that a line of cars and a bunch of police cars. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's various dignitaries pulling up to the Capitol or some kind of thing going on there. But motorcade. Trump is Trump on his way? Is he already on his way? I don't even know. Some people think it's a Trump motorcade. I don't know about that. CB Jr. says VP maybe. Wild Daisy says, who is tonight's designated survivor? Somebody who intentionally doesn't show up? That's a good question. I don't know. See if I can find that out. Is there one tonight? Fox News says that there's a couple of designated survivors. Let me see here. Where is this? Fox, the designated survivor for the president is a member of the cabinet. But they said it's unclear who that, about an hour ago, Fox News says it's unclear who that's going to be. They would assume the presidency if everybody else ahead of them in the line of succession passed away. The Democrats have their own designated survivor, Fox said. Mike Thompson, representative from California. Uh-oh. All right, so we don't have the beauty shot anymore of the Capitol. Looks like that ended. So soon, in about 10 minutes, we should get some footage from inside of the House chamber. I haven't seen any reporting tonight on who the designated survivor is from the cabinet. Oops, sorry. Where are we going here? Oh, there we go. Wikipedia says a designated survivor in the U.S. is a person in the presidential line of succession who is kept distant from others in the line when they are gathered together to reduce the chance that everyone in the line will be unable to take over the presidency in a catastrophic or mass casualty event. The person is chosen to stay at an undisclosed secure location away from such events, such as the State of the Union addresses and presidential inaugurations. Hold on. Oh, why does that say has ended? I might have something else for you. I have a live shot from D.C. of a few people outside protesting against Trump. Protests outside of U.S. Capitol. Guys, I see some people holding Ukraine flags. Let's check in to this video. Let's see what it's showing. Hold on. Where is this? Ready? Oh, they're playing music. I can't play the music. They're playing music. There is a shot of some people somewhere outside the Capitol. A number of them holding Ukraine flags, doing some sort of protest. Hey, thanks KC Steve for your support. Thank you, KC Steve. It's very kind of you. Also, Richard Canuck. Richard, this speech is going to be live. Live. Thank you, Richard. Wow, KC Steve just gave 20 people memberships. Please thank KC Steve if you got a membership from KC Steve or anybody else or a gift subscription. Thanks, KC Steve. That's really kind of you. Thank you. So nice of you. We're about, I hope, about 7 minutes away from getting some video from inside the House chamber. That'll be great when we can have that video. Marguerite Grace, our viewer, says, I hope the big reveal doesn't end up being too much of a surprise. We were talking about whether Trump might have some big surprise in this speech. Give me a moment here. Oh, I have an update from Reuters about possible U.S.-Ukraine minerals deal. Erin Banco of Reuters says, there has been movement. As we reported, the U.S. and Ukraine plan to sign a deal that was set to happen as soon as today. Trump has told his advisors he wanted to talk about it tonight. Nothing had been signed as of early in the day, but that was the plan as of early. She says, let's see how this plays out. So not clear whether, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if President Trump announced that there's a deal. He might say there's a deal that hasn't been signed yet, you know? DJ Shock says they probably signed behind doors. Again, in just a few minutes, we should have some video from inside the House chamber. And then only in about 15 minutes, that's when Speaker Mike Johnson will call the House to order. So we're getting close. We are getting close. In the meantime, I'm showing you this video from D.C. of some protesters. But there's music, so I can't play the sound. Is there still music? Let's see. Yeah, there's still music playing. Our viewer Missile Hatch said the damage has already been done. Trump can no longer be trusted. I think Missile Hatch might have been talking about the tariffs. I'm not sure, though. Do you guys have any predictions for tonight? Let me know. Sports Card Collector says, let's hope for a big announcement from Trump. Dorado says, is this a State of the Union address or some other form of speech to Congress? It basically is a State of the Union address. And I believe it used to be called the State of the Union, but I believe since Reagan, the tradition is to call the one you give when your first year as president something else. But it's basically a State of the Union address. It's just not called it when in your first year. That's my understanding. Hang on a moment. There are some protesters right there. Here, hold on. I'm going to show you something about this. How's the volume here? I can't. They're playing music. Impeach Trump. There are some signs there. AP says that the message used to be known as the President's Annual Message to Congress. In 1934, Franklin D. Roosevelt began referring to it as the Annual Message to Congress on the State of the Union. Then in 1981, President Reagan addressed a joint session of Congress the year he was sworn in, 1981. That was called Address Before a Joint Session of Congress on the Program for Economic Recovery. Presidents Bush and Clinton followed suit in their own first years in office with 1989 and 1993 messages entitled Administration Goals. In 2001, President George W. Bush's speech was entitled his budget message. So it basically is the State of the Union, but since 1981, it has not been called the State of the Union when it's your first year of your presidency. Or I guess in this case, the first year after you weren't president the previous years. But it's basically the same thing. All right, it's 8:24. Hold on. Look what I have here. Oh, this doesn't really help us. But there, look. That is the live house feed. That's the live house feed via Reuters. The House is in recess and will reconvene at approximately 8:35 p.m. for a joint session of Congress to receive the president's address. So here we go. We have that up there for you. And shortly that graphic will go away and we'll actually see inside the House chamber. And Hang on here. Oh, I think guys, I have Trump departing the White House. Hang on a moment. Oh, can I get it up on the screen? Hold on. Oh no. Oh no. I didn't know I had that. One moment, please. I'll try to get it up here for you on the screen. One moment. One moment. Doing my best. Okay, I almost have it on the screen for you. All right, are you ready? Can we get this on the screen? Where is it? No, we don't want that. We want... There it is. That's it. Look.
Yep, that's it.
There's Stephen Chung. I just saw one of his, I think it's his spokesperson. Did he already leave? I might have missed it. I did not know I had this shot. He might have been there walking when we first saw it. I can rewind that. I don't know if has he walked out yet or not. Maybe he hasn't come out yet. A lot of those other people came out. He was at the front of that group. I'll rewind it in a second. This is the White House, though. You're looking at the White House. Well, they're not leaving yet, so. Some of our viewers think he's not out there yet. Oh, I see. Is that the nuclear football or whatever people are talking about in the chat on the left there? Fred Flintstone says the beast is on the right. You are looking at a live shot of the White House from AFP. All right, hang on. I think Trump is about to come out. This is a neat video, actually. Waiting for President Trump to leave the White House, assuming he's still in there. Okay, what's happening? What's happening? That guy just ran out. A guy ran out. Was that Walt Nauta, President Trump's assistant? That looked like it might have been Walt Nauta. Oh. There's that guy. Thank you, Kate89. and Beach Lover, and Anthony Ciaccio, and Brooks Looks for your support, and Natalie Perkowski. I appreciate it. We are waiting for President Trump to leave the White House. What's happening? A door opened and now it is closing. Maybe he already left. I don't know. Oh, hold on. Hang on a moment. They're holding the door open. The door is open. It's being held open. There is the First Lady and President Trump. Wow. Getting into the limousine. You just saw it live. There he is. He's in the car. Oh, did Elon Musk walk by? I didn't even notice. I will rewind it. I'll rewind it after. I'm going to rewind this. Give it a second. Look, we can see him though still. There he is. There is President Trump. He's driving to the speech. He just drove away. You're watching the motorcade head towards the Capitol. It's a big motorcade. It's still going. The motorcade is still going. It's still going. Is that it? Now, let me just rewind it for a second. Hang on. Here's where he comes out. Hold on. So this is a replay. This is not live. Oh, hold on. That was Elon Musk right there? Is that when Elon Musk came out, right?
Yeah.
I think you're right. I think that was Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Right there. All right, so there was Elon Musk coming out right before the president. And then President Trump came out right now. Here's when President Trump came out. This is a replay from a minute ago with the First Lady. So we got to see that. I'm glad we got to see that. That was interesting. Now what we need to do is go back over to here, because any moment now we should start seeing the live feed from, we're going to see the live feed from Congress coming up. Any moment now, we're going to get the live video from the House chamber. By the way, thank you so much to Sean and Jeremy and JD Riddle for your support, and Grumpy Explorer and Eliza Jane and Interactive and Kate89. Thank you. Any moment now, this is going to switch over to the House chamber. Also, thank you to Redefine Happiness, Notorious Rob for your support, eBiker92, thank you, and Streeter4646, thanks for subscribing. All right, so, really, any moment now. That was neat. It's now 8:35. On the schedule, it said 8:35. It's 8:36, actually. The schedule was 8:35. House Speaker Johnson calls the House to order, but that has not happened yet. Songbird says, can't wait. So I'm watching just like you, just to wait for this to dissolve into the House chamber footage. Joel PM says, this is going to be huge. Then afterwards, we'll have the Democratic response for you. Breaking news. Catherine Faulders with ABC News reports the designated survivor tonight will be Veterans Affairs Secretary Doug Collins. Again, ABC News' Catherine Faulders reports that the designated survivor tonight will be, who will not be attending the speech in person, is Veterans Affairs Secretary Doug Collins. We are going to have the speech live for you. We will be showing it to you live. Daniela Diaz with Notice Report says, I'm seeing more than a dozen Democratic lawmakers wear pink suits and dresses for the Democratic Women's Caucus protest of the speech. Now, as I think some of you noticed, Elon Musk was wearing a suit when he came out of the White House. During Zelensky's visit to the White House, one of the reporters there, who I think is known as a pretty pro-Republican reporter, asked Zelensky why he wasn't wearing a suit. And Zelensky doesn't wear a suit. He wears that outfit I believe it's to be like in support of the military effort there. He's done it for years now. But I've seen some have responded to that. Well, like, why doesn't Elon Musk wear a suit? So I don't know if the fact that Zelensky was asked about wearing a suit impacted whether Elon Musk wore a suit. I have no idea. Maybe he would have wore a suit anyway. I don't know. Yeah, we're just waiting. Again, you're watching the House feed right here. So they haven't... Here we go, right now. Here it is. Here we go.
The House will come to order.
Here we go, right now. Look at this. We got it.
Speaker, the Vice President and the United States Senate.
Vice President Vance walking in. Let me just fix this up here. All right, there we got our live feed. We got our live feed. There is Vice President Vance. There is Tom Cotton. Nancy Mace. Someone asked, why are some people wearing pink? NBC News said that New Mexico some members of Democratic Women's Congress are dressed in pink. And New Mexico Representative Teresa Ledger Fernandez said the pink is meant to signal our protest of Trump's policies, which are negatively impacting women and families. I believe, Byron Donalds and Chip Roy. Am I correct about this? I hope. Chip Roy on the right, representative from Texas. Byron Donalds, representative from Florida. There's Senator Tim Scott. Thank you, Van Dan. I appreciate that, Van Dan. That's so nice of you. Van Dan says costume is the Ukrainian word for suit. We are bringing you live coverage. I just saw Senator Klobuchar there. Thank you, Michael Kelly, for your support. Thanks again to all of our moderators. Thanks, Notorious Rob, Rivertown Creations, and Dewey. Thanks for the gift memberships, Dewey. I appreciate that. Also, Evil Bunny for your support. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, that would be Usha Vance with her guests. Now, I don't remember who all the guests are. I don't know if that's her guests or both their guests or what. You know, members of Congress on both sides of the aisle bring guests who tend to represent some kind of political issue of one sort or the other, or make some sort of, make an implied statement about it. I know J.D. Vance is not a member of Congress, but thanks Kitzel Pie, who thinks Trump will announce an agreement on a concept of a plan on Ukraine peace. Thank you, Kitzel Pie, for your support. Thank you to Rebecca Goodwin for your support. Thanks so much, Rebecca. I appreciate that. We are looking at the House chamber. I really should put periods there. Where President Trump is going to address Congress shortly. Thanks to Deb N, our member. Thanks Tim747 from Canada. Thank you to Iced Fire for the gift membership. So nice of you. Thanks, Iced Fire. I see some military folks. I think maybe the Joint Chiefs are there, but I don't know that we saw them enter, but maybe right around here. Thanks, William Smith, our member. Thank you, William Smith. When President Trump gave State of the Unions from 2018 to 2020, they were all about 80 minutes long. So maybe he'll speak for about 80 minutes. Thank you, Captain Jerry Donnelly. Vibrance, our viewer says, reactive or quiet crowd tonight. I don't know how much we're going to hear from the Democrats in protest. You could hear things from Republicans too. I don't know. We'll have to see. Dark Horse Productions Florida says, will they play YMCA after the speech? I'm guessing not. Sahil Kapoor reports that Elon Musk is in the gallery overlooking the chamber. Oh, the White House released excerpts from the speech? Hold on a second here. I actually have them. I have some excerpts from the speech, by the way. If you give me a moment, I can look at them. There's Elon right there. There's Elon Musk right there. There you go, guys. Hey, thanks to William Smith for your support. Adrian Goodman, thanks for the gift membership. Thank you, Mike, for your support. And Brendan, our new member. So There's, hold on, Don Jr., Lara Trump, Tiffany Trump. There's Jared Kushner. Ivanka as well was there. I believe she was there. Yeah, it's basically a State of the Union. It's just not called the State of the Union. Hell Toupee says, where is Barron? I'm looking at these excerpts from the White House. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but some of the things that his speech is supposed to say is, we are just getting started, our pride is back, our confidence is back, the American dream is unstoppable. He says, he's going to say, I'm fighting every day to make America affordable again. Hold on. Hey, it's Kash Patel, am I right? It's Kash Patel, the new FBI director. Hold on a second.
The joint session will come to order.
Here we go.
The chair appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House to escort the President of the United States into the chamber the following: the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise; the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer; the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain; the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson; the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler; the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore; the gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin; the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn; the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries; the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark; the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar; the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu; the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse; the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbene; the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingell.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber: the Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune; the Senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso; the Senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton; the Senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Lankford; the Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito; the Senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott; the Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer; the Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin; the Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar; the Senator from New Jersey, Mr. Booker; the Senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin.
The members of the Escort Committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
They are about to come in with President Trump. Will we have any big surprises in the speech? I do not know. We will have to see. Get ready. Really appreciate you all being with us for our live coverage of President Trump's address to the joint session of Congress.
Speaker, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
I didn't turn the volume down, by the way. They did. The volume is once in a while being turned down. it'll go back up. Thanks, Joey Graham's our new member. Thanks, Notorious Rob, for subscribing. Shout out to all of our moderators. Really appreciate our mods. Thank you. Moment of Lovely, Big Ball of Yarn, Cerrero, David Green, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, Surly Dev, thanks for modding. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. Big thanks. Ruth Krafasi, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha. Thank you, moderators. Thank you, Smoopiking. And Sharona for being a member. Here we go.
Supreme Court.
That's great.
Oh, Supreme Court justices. The Supreme Court justices. Here we go. There they are. They have their section they're sitting in. I see, I don't know if all of them are there yet. If they're all going to be there, I don't know. I don't think we had them all there. But maybe I just didn't see them all. Thank you, BDK, for your support. Who says, make friends, not enemies, America. CB Jr. says Thomas and Sotomayor weren't there. I don't think I saw Clarence Thomas. I don't remember if I saw Sotomayor. I don't think so. But hang on a moment here. I haven't heard reporting about some of them not coming. Anara says, I saw Sotomayor. Anara saw Sotomayor. Civ Lab said Sotomayor is there. The designated survivor is reportedly Veterans Affairs Secretary Doug Collins. Elizabeth says, I didn't see Jackson. I don't think I saw Ketanji Brown Jackson. But maybe they're there and I just didn't see them. It's 9 p.m. We're just about ready for President Trump to enter, I think. Get ready, everyone. We're about to begin. Afterwards, we'll take your comments, and afterwards, we'll also have the Democratic response. By the way, thanks to Bud Green for modding, too. Thanks, Bud. I'm looking around at all of the people, seeing who we can see. Some members of Congress, Democratic members of Congress, are wearing pink as a protest against policies of Trump that they feel hurt women. Marlene is watching from Portugal. Any moment now, President Trump will be announced and enter. IR Geek says Trump Standard Time. I believe the schedule that I saw from Reuters had the speech starting at 9:10 p.m. Might start a little after that. Thank you, Bebop and Rocksteady, for your support. Thank you, Amy Clark, for your support. Thanks for shouting out our moderators. Will there be any big surprises tonight? We'll have to see. Wow, Jackie Johnston, that's incredibly generous of you. Thanks so much, Jackie Johnston. That's so kind of you. Really appreciate your support. Thank you. Scott McFarland reports that the Supreme Court justices who are there are Kagan, Kavanaugh, Barrett, and Roberts in the front row of the chamber. There's more than that. Oh, hold on a second. Hang on a moment. Hang on, I'll get out of the way. The First Lady is there. Usha Vance also there. The Second Lady? Is it called Second Lady? Yes, it is. All right.
Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
Here's the cabinet. Here's the cabinet. Secretary of State Rubio. Again, the designated survivor is Secretary of Veterans Affairs Doug Collins, so he will not be there. I see RFK Jr. I think I see Scott Turner, Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. Scott Bessent. Pete Hegseth there, Pam Bondi. I'll get out of the way for a second. Christy Noem, Lee Zeldin. Linda McMahon was just confirmed. Was that today she was confirmed? Yesterday? I forget. Sev says it was. People are saying it was yesterday that Linda McMahon was confirmed. Doug Burgum. Thank you, Bud Carlo, for your support. I appreciate that, Bud Carlo. Howard Lutnick there. Supreme Court Justice Kagan is up there. Thank you, Bebop and Rocksteady, for your support. I appreciate that. Thank you. Also, Fox250R, thanks for the gift memberships. The Ghostmore Girls, thanks for the gift memberships. Thanks, Sherilyn Friedrich, so much for your support. Appreciate that. Thanks, Joey Grams, our new member. Christine Rizzo, thanks as well. Dennis St. Amour, our new member, thank you. We should have President Trump coming in shortly. Thanks also to C Shuffle for your support on Twitch, and Oxytropus and Notorious Rob and Jonathan Blaze 79. Any moment now, and Gin and Tonica, our member. Any moment now, President Trump will be announced and come in. All right, it's going to start a little late because Trump was supposed to start speaking at 9:10, I believe. Hey, thanks to Ralph Holzer, or is it Rafe Holzer? Ralph Holzer. Thank you, Ralph. I see, hold on. Sean Duffy is up there, right? I think I see Sean Duffy. Saw Elise Stefanik, I believe, there. Thanks, Melody Aceves, for your support. And Bud Fox. Thank you, Bud Fox. The sound, they're just turning up and down periodically. I'm not touching, really. I'm not the one turning the sound down. They turn it up when the person says something to announce somebody coming in. Dennis Saint Amour is watching from France. Thanks Shadow3413 for your support on Twitch. Thanks Skywriter140 and Rabbi Shabbos. Thank you. Any moment now. I think President Trump is next. Thanks so much to Slim Pickens for the gift membership. So nice of you, Slim Pickens. Thank you. We will be taking your comments after Trump speaks and also showing you the Democratic response. Bo Erickson of Reuters says that Representative Marcy Kaptur appears to be the only Democrat standing up and greeting Trump's cabinet as they enter. Almost all other Democrats remained seated. Pam Bondi right there. Also, I'm not going to remember how to pronounce it. I want to say Kelly Loeffler and not Kelly Loeffler. Oh, here we go.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Here he is. All right, guys. President Trump is coming in. Thank you, Jackie Johnson, for the memberships, by the way. Here is President Trump. Probably will take a little while to say hi to everybody. There he is. Lauren Boebert is there. Is that Marjorie Taylor Greene wearing the hat, the red hat? The hat says Trump was right about everything. Nancy Mace. Thank you, Stefan RS4 over on Twitch. Thank you. Also, Domain on Twitch. Notorious Rob on Twitch. Steve Scalise is there behind the president. Hey, Senator Schumer. Senator Schumer, is he going to say hi to Trump? Senator Schumer is not saying hi to Trump. Yuri says, should be interesting tonight. Saying hi to the Supreme Court justices there. Thank you, Logan Explorers, for your support. Thank you, Logan. Thanks also to Neo Geo Zach and Shrek3 for your support on Twitch. All right, we are almost ready for the speech. The speech is about to begin. Some people chanting USA. Guys, here we go. We're just about ready.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
One half standing, basically, one half not standing. One half clapping, the other half not clapping.
Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States, members of the United States Congress, thank you very much, and to my fellow citizens, America is back. 6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started. Thank you. I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes. We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country. And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican. Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever. Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded.
Mr. President.
A 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session.
Are they going to throw somebody out? Somebody might be basically trying to get thrown out. There might be somebody who just says, I'm going to get thrown out. I wouldn't be surprised.
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
There you go. My guess is that he knew he would be removed. Representative Al Green.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you. Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record, to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it. In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever. They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month, and virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way. So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again. Every day, my administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid. I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council. We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction. To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term. And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job. And we have ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good. And I have stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back. And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America. I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And likewise, I renamed, for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and, indeed, the private sector and our military. And our country will be woke no longer. We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important. You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports. Three years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding. And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer. What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control, and we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job. A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now. And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA. To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, GOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps. Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight. Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender. This is real. $32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program. $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. I don't know what we're doing. We should use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education, the most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud. And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taken back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them, and we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid, and nobody does, and it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby. Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229, one person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years older than our country. But we're going to find out where that money's going, and it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families. And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it. With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country, we will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money. Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk-takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again. And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax. Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America. And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world. And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025, and it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country, first term. We had a great first term. If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea. But that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was. And so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China, and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA. And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people. And they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to. Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer, who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. Because those goods that come in from other countries and companies, they're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in, and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me, and they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases, and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen. And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama, Jeff Denard. Has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raised 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh. And look where Biden took us, very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States. Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by two impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is a terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast. And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done, everybody. Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to. Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren. Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act. It's called the Laken-Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Laken Hope Riley. Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you. The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation, we must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president. Thank you. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America. But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungari from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter, and earlier tonight I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order? Thank you very much. All three savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations. They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy. In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much. Thank you, Roberto. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war on America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing. Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder, President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it. And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns. In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bond, good luck. So important. Going to do a great job. Cash, thank you. Thank you, Cash. They've already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. One year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much. Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer, and tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law. I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer. But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago. Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service. Thank you, DJ. DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000. And now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong, 1 in 36. Think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby, good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you. Thank you. Go get him. Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly, socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology. I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth. And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you. Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations. And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference. And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country, and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing, and thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a six-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets. Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the long gray line, Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA. And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places, they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too, right, Tim, right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it. Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1. But that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. And we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck, Marco. Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong. Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it. He got 100 votes. You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes. And I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job. Great job. And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security, and I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. We will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice. And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown that when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords. And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense, with no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes. $2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans. But I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine, by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end this senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight. To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally. That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out, and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their two beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you. To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his three beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon, Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age. These workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities. These warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond. And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve. My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future, because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
President Trump concluding his speech to Congress.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
We will watch him walk out, and we will have the Democratic rebuttal to the speech coming up. We will have that soon. But let's watch him as he goes out. I think this was the longest State of the Union or address that's since Reagan, the first year of a presidency, it's been called the Address to Congress. It's not been called the State of the Union. It's been called something else, an Address to Congress or something like that. But I think it was the longest one of these. I saw some reporters I follow suggest this. Well, let's watch him make his way. I don't think there was any kind of major new policy announcement. I didn't know if there'd be anything like that. I mean, I think, he hit a lot of themes that, if you've seen him speak before, are themes he has hit. Aaron at BS says, I didn't hear any big announcement. No, I don't think there was anything, like hugely unexpected and some kind of new thing. Habanero says, we're going to Mars. Well, look, he said in a line that we're going to, he didn't announce some huge new, huge new initiative. The person who was thrown out, Dewey, was Al Green, who was a Democratic representative. Who, my guess is that he knew he was going to get thrown out because he was standing up and repeatedly, loudly interrupting the speech. So it's very possible that he thought he was going to get thrown out. I don't know. I have to see if he has commented more on this I'll look that up in a little bit. I believe he is a Democratic representative from Texas. So shortly we will have the Democratic response. We'll take some of your comments. Wine Country Stackin', recent presidents, this address, the first of their presidency, have called it different things. So it has not had a consistent name since Reagan. It's just there's a tradition since Reagan of not calling it the State of the Union address. By the way, let me thank a couple people. Thanks so much to hold on, I owe some thank yous here. Thanks to Steve B for your support, Dewey, Tyler Fox, Irish Sweetness, Bebop, and Rocksteady. Thanks for all your support, Bebop and Rocksteady. I really appreciate it as we watch President Trump make his way out. Jesus for Everyone, Ronald Kame, MB. Ben gets his MBA. Sean TV, thanks so much for your support, Sean TV. Appreciate it. Jordan Schutz, Just Do It Right, Pale Rider. Angela C. Baldwin, Oksana Harris, Christine Rizzo, Jackie Johnston, Logan Explorers, and also over on Twitch, Shadow Mark III, Laura Beast, Roaches in the Cabinet, Oxytropist, Notorious Rob, LoJack Rick, Redefine Happiness, Devil Doc, Jonathan Blaze 79. We're going to have the Democratic response momentarily.
The chair declares the joint session of the two houses now dissolved.
Thank you all at LeDrab. Thank you ATL Drab for your support. And Steve B. I think I thanked Steve B. Well, thanks again, Steve B. Also, Storm Thrower, thank you. All right, have they begun? Hold on a moment here. We're waiting for the Democratic rebuttal. It should start any moment now. Oh, hold on a second. I thought I had this. Let me make sure I have that to show you. Hang on a moment. You know, I might not have video I can use of the Democratic rebuttal. Looks like it's maybe... I gotta look this up.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the message of the President be referred to the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union and ordered printed.
Without objection. Does the...
I'm trying to figure out if I even have video of the Democratic rebuttal I can show you. Because the video I have access to...
Does the gentleman from Louisiana have a motion?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House now stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow, for morning hour debate.
Well, there you go. All right. Well, the House is adjourned. Let me just give me a minute here. I just want to see if I can pull this up for you. Yeah, it's weird. The video from Reuters and AFP is like network pool video, which I'm not allowed to show for that. Oh, hold on. Wait 1 second. 1 second here. Oh, I do have it. I have it for you. I have it. I got it. I got it. Let me get it on the screen here. One moment. All right, get rid of that. Here, look. Look. That's it. U.S. Senator Alyssa Slotkin. Any moment now, we will see the rebuttal. Democrats' response to Trump's address. Okay, in the meantime, while we're waiting, let me get some comments from you guys. What did you guys think of the speech? I'm going to check the chat out. I'm sure people have written to me too. Maina Salon thought the announcement of prospects for peace in Ukraine seemed significant and a welcome development. You know, he read what he said was a letter from Zelensky, which sounded very similar to a tweet that Zelensky posted earlier. So we had talked about this earlier. We did a stream earlier today where President Zelensky of Ukraine made a post on X where it sounded like he was trying to make nice with President Trump and said he's ready to sign some sort of minerals deal. We'll see what can happen. I mean, I'm not aware that any serious negotiations have taken place involving both Russia and Ukraine. And I don't know that there's a set of ceasefire terms that both Russia and Ukraine would be okay with. So we'll have to see how that goes. We will see. I'll certainly report on it if there are big developments. So certainly it would be great. It would be better if there was not fighting going on after Russia invaded Ukraine 3 years ago, but we'll have to see what happens. Hey, thanks, Maina Salon. I really appreciate that. Rick Halter thinks it was a perfect speech. Graham thought it was all very predictable political nonsense. NY committee thought Elon in a suit was a nice surprise. There was not much. There was not much on Israel. Israel in the Middle East was like 2 minutes. There was not really much on Ukraine. That was right at the end. There was a lot on immigration. There was a lot. I don't know if that was the biggest topic, but there was a lot on immigration. Oh, the response, hold on. This should come live. It's weird. I see the response right now, but I'm on Alyssa Slotkin's YouTube channel, and she said it's going live. Why isn't it live there? Now I'm really confused. This is supposed to be live on her channel, which is how I could show it. All right, because I can't, hold on a second. Let me just see something here. Nope, I can't use that. That's weird. Reuters, I think it's going to come on in a second on the YouTube channel. Give it a moment, guys. I can see it on TV. I have a feeling we'll see it here in a second because Reuters, it just came on. So my guess is that it'll come on here in a second. Here it is. Here it is right now. Oh, I can't use it. I can't use it. You know why I can't use it? They are using the C-SPAN feed, so I cannot play it. I'm sorry, I can't play it for you. They are using Alyssa Slotkin's YouTube is running the C-SPAN feed. I'm not allowed to just take the C-SPAN feed. So I'm sorry, but we will not have that for you. I don't know. Look, I don't know why they don't make it available for everyone. You know, like the White House had Trump's speech on the White House YouTube. But I can't just steal the C-SPAN feed, which is what they're running. By the way, I am seeing something else here. Hey, I do have live video from the White House if you want to see President Trump arrive back at the White House. I have that for you. If you give me a moment here. All right, here is the White House. Look, it's the White House live. We're not hearing anything. Why? Why are we not hearing? Is there audio? Oh, I know why we're not hearing. We'll read some more comments while we're waiting for President Trump to return to the White House. Again, I'm really sorry I don't have the rebuttal to show you, but I can only show you what I have the rights to. No, C-SPAN, if you look at the C-SPAN terms of use, you're not allowed to use it for certain things. You can't just, C-SPAN you can't just blanket take stuff from. They have terms, they have very specific terms of use. Scott Moffitt, our viewer, says, I thought this was the most divisive State of the Union I've seen in recent memory. I don't know how it compares to the Trump States of the Union, like in 2018, 2019, 2020. I'd have to go back and watch them. I just don't remember. Hey, thanks, Mike from the UK. He said, Trump's comments on Greenland concerned me. Also, the mandatory death penalty announcement I found pretty intense. I want to make sure I get it right. Greenland, he's talked for months about how the U.S. needs to have Greenland, and I think tonight he said we'll get it one way or the other. I don't know how serious he is about that. I mean, at a certain point, does he mean that the U.S. is going to invade Greenland? I don't really know that he's serious about that. So, you know, the question is, how serious do you think he is about that? There was some sort of proposal, and I think maybe he's made this before, about certain crimes having him wanting them to carry the death penalty. Maybe violence against police. I don't remember. I have to go back and watch what the exact proposal is. But I believe he is. He said something like that before. Yeah, I mean, there's an article from I'm looking at an article from Bloomberg Law News from January 20th. It says Trump directs. Where is it here? Trump signs an executive order directing, what does it say here? Actually, I'm not sure. I have to look at it. Where is it here? Yeah, I mean, NBC News had an article last November that said throughout the campaign, Trump signaled he would resume federal executions if he won and would make more people eligible for capital punishment. I would have to read up. Hold on, it's he's coming back to the White House, so let's watch this for a second. Salthart thinks it was death penalty for killing a law enforcement officer. Yeah, I thought it was something like that. I just don't remember the exact specific. I don't want to get it wrong. All right, here is President Trump returning to the White House. There he is, President Trump and the First Lady. Looks like he has a speech with him. There he is. I don't, again, to repeat, I wanted to show you the Democratic response. I don't have the rights to the video. It was not, there was President Trump returning home. The Democrat response was not posted in a way that I would have the rights to show it. It was not made publicly available. It is available to, say, news organizations that are part of the press pool, the DC press pool. So I'm not allowed to use that. I wanted to show it. I thought they were going to show it on our YouTube channel, but they used the C-SPAN feed, which I don't have the right to. So I would love to show it to you. I apologize that I can't, but I can't use stuff I don't have the rights to. Oh, you know, I saw that Bernie Sanders was giving a response. Where's that at? One of the viewers just mentioned that. He's not on his YouTube channel. Oh, he's on X. Let's see what he's saying. Hold on, let's look at Bernie Sanders.
Right? We do have hair.
Hold on. Bernie Sanders is speaking on X.
Trade schools and universities tuition-free and canceling student debt. Yes, we can create millions of good-paying jobs by combating climate change and moving our energy system away from fossil fuels and into sustainable energy. You know, I heard a lot of talk about freedom tonight from Mr. Trump. Well, in a free society, we must absolutely guarantee that it is the women of America who control their own bodies, not the local, state, or federal governments. Now, I know, because I've heard from many of you, that there are a lot of people out there who are feeling angry and frustrated at what's going on here in Washington, D.C. And some of you may feel a bit hopeless. So let me say this. At this particular moment in history, despair is not an option. Giving up is not acceptable. And none of us have the privilege of hiding under the covers. The stakes are just too high. Let us never forget, real change only occurs when ordinary people stand up by the millions against oppression and injustice and fight back. That is the history of the founding of our nation, when brave men and women took on the mighty, invincible British Empire. It is the history of the abolitionist movement, the history of the labor movement, the history of the civil rights movement, the women's movement, the environmental movement, and the gay rights movement. Yes, I know. The oligarchs are enormously powerful. I deal with them every day. I know that. Yes, they have endless amounts of money. Yes, they control our economy, and they own much of the media. They have enormous influence over our political system. But from the bottom of my heart, I am convinced that they can be beaten. If we stand together and not let them divide us up by the color of our skin, or where we were born, or our religion, or the language we speak, or our sexual orientation. If we bring our people together around an agenda that works for the many and not just the few, there is nothing in the world that can stop us. We can win. We will win. Let us go forward together. Thank you all very much.
Thanks to the viewer for reminding me that he was doing that. I'd forgotten about that. So I'm sorry, we caught the end of it. We caught the end of it, but we did get to see some of it. That wasn't the official response, by the way. You know what? I'm not going to play the whole thing. It was like 20 minutes long. I'm going to play like the first maybe 2 minutes. I'm just interested to see how he started it off. So this is like, I'm just going to show you like the first 2 minutes of his response, which started like it looks like it started right around when Trump ended. Okay. So again, I'm not going to play the whole thing. Just going to play maybe the first 2 minutes or so. See what he said.
We are living in a pivotal moment in our country's history, facing unprecedented challenges. How we respond to this moment will impact not only our lives, but the lives of our kids and grandchildren, and in terms of climate change, the very health and well-being of the planet. As you heard tonight, President Trump has been very effective in creating what I would call a parallel universe for his supporters. A set of ideas that either have no basis in reality or in the great scheme of things are nowhere near the most important concerns of the American people. And one way that he does that is through the concept of the big lie, and boy, did we hear that tonight. You say something that is grossly false, say it over and over again, and have right-wing social media blast it out endless times until people actually believe it. And then, rather than address the real issues facing the American people, the struggles that the American people are facing, we find ourselves wasting endless amounts of time discussing Trump's absurdities. Let me just give you a very few examples. Trump claimed that the 2020 election was stolen from him and that he won by a landslide. Remember that? A lie. Trump claimed that the January 6th insurrection was a day of love. A lie. Trump has claimed.
Looks like they had a little blip in there. Hold on, here we go.
Trump has claimed a day of love. A lie. Trump has claimed that millions of undocumented people voted and do vote in American elections. A lie. Trump has claimed that climate change is a hoax originating in China. A lie. Trump has claimed that Ukraine started the horrific war with Russia. A lie. And tonight, just tonight, Trump claimed that millions of dead people between the ages of 100 and 360, I guess, were collecting Social Security checks. And that is an outrageous lie intended to lay the groundwork for cuts to Social Security and dismantling the most successful and popular government program in history. So let's be clear about that. Well over 99% of Social Security checks are going out to people who earned those checks. 70 million Americans. Nobody who was 150 years old or 200 years old or 300 years old is receiving Social Security checks. And on the lies go. Now, the purpose of all of this lying is not just to push his hateful right-wing ideology. It is not just to try to divide us up. It is more than that. It is a masterful effort, and you saw that tonight, to deflect attention away from the most important issues facing the people of our country. Issues that Trump and his billionaire friends do not want to address because it is not in their financial interests to do so. Trump gave his State of the Union speech tonight. But if you listen closely, that speech had very little to say about the State of the Union, about what is really going on in our country, especially for working families. Trump spoke for over 90 minutes, although I must confess it seemed a lot longer than that, and he almost completely ignored the issues that are keeping working people up at night as they worry about how their families are going to survive in these very tough times. And I will tell you exactly why Trump had very little to say about the real crises facing the working class of this country. Think back 6 weeks ago when Trump was inaugurated for his second term as president, just 6 weeks ago. Standing right behind him were the three wealthiest men in this country, Mr. Musk, Mr. Bezos, and Mr. Zuckerberg. And standing behind them were 13 other billionaires who Trump had nominated to head major government agencies. Many of these same billionaires, including Musk, were in the Capitol tonight listening to that speech. In other words, it is there for all to see. The Trump administration is not hiding it. The Trump administration is a government of the billionaire class, by the billionaire class, and for the billionaire class. Notwithstanding some of their rhetoric, this is a government that could care less about ordinary Americans and the working families of our country. My friends, we are no longer moving toward oligarchy. We are living in an oligarchic society. Now let's take a moment and try to escape from Trump's parallel universe, the universe that you heard tonight. And let's do something really, really radical. Let's actually take a hard look at the problems that Americans are facing. Today, 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. Unlike Trump, I grew up in a family that lived paycheck to paycheck, and I know something about that reality. It means that every day, millions of Americans worry about how they're going to pay their rent, pay for childcare, pay for a doctor's visit when they get sick. They worry about what happens when their car breaks down and they can't afford the $1,000 it costs to get it fixed. And what happens when they can't get to work because they don't have a car. They worry about how they can afford to buy healthy food for their kids when the price of food is off the charts. Funny? I heard Trump speaking for 90 minutes tonight. I didn't hear one word from him about the economic reality facing 60% of our people, or the enormous stress that they are living under. 90-minute speech, not one word about the economic reality facing American workers. But that's not all. Today in America, everyone knows that our healthcare system is broken. It is dysfunctional, and it is outrageously expensive. We remain the only wealthy nation on earth not to guarantee health care for all. Mr. President, you really want to make America great again? Then make sure that every American, regardless of income, can go to a doctor or a hospital and not worry about how they're going to pay the bills. President Trump, health care is a human right. I didn't hear one word from you, not one word. Over 90-minute speech, not one word from you about the health care crisis that is impacting many, many millions of our people. Nor did I hear you say why we pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, sometimes 10 times more than the people in other countries, and why 1 out of 4 Americans are unable to afford the prescriptions their doctors prescribe. Not one word about the outrageously high cost of prescription drugs. Mr. President, we have nearly 800,000 Americans who are homeless. Over 20 million of our people spend more than half of their limited income on housing. We have a major housing crisis in America. Everyone knows it, apparently, except you, because in your speech tonight, I didn't hear you mention the housing crisis. Today in America, we have more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had. 3 richest people in America, the folks Trump invited to stand behind him at his inauguration, now own more wealth than the bottom half of our society, 170 million Americans. Did anyone out there hear one word from the President of the United States on that enormously important issue, which gets to the very fabric of our society? So few owning so much while so many people suffer. And here's something else the President forgot to discuss. Not only is our life expectancy 4 years lower than other wealthy countries, the bottom 50% in this country, the working class of America, on average, live 7 years shorter lives than the top 1%. Got that? In other words, being poor or working class in this country today is a death sentence. Did you hear any discussion tonight as to why so many of our people are living shorter lives than they should? During his speech tonight, Trump did not have one word to say about how we are going to address the planetary crisis of climate change. The last 10 years, as most Americans know, have been the warmest ever recorded, and extreme weather disturbances and natural disasters have been taking place all over the world, from California to India, across Europe to North Carolina. And yet, not surprisingly, Trump had nothing to say about climate change except, I guess, drill, baby, drill. Well, that's going to help a whole lot. And let's be clear. Not only did Trump fail to talk about some of the most important issues facing the working class of America, but the solutions, in quote, he proposed would only make a bad situation even worse. Yep, I did hear Trump talk tonight about some tax breaks for working families in terms of not taxing tips, not taxing Social Security, and not taxing overtime. Fine. But that is chump change compared to the benefits he's going to give to the 1%, and it doesn't tell the whole story about his tax policies. According to a recent study by the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, if all of Trump's so-called America First policies are enacted, including his tariffs, which he spoke a lot about tonight, the bottom 95% of Americans will see their taxes go up, while the richest 5% in our country will see their taxes go down, way down. Tonight, in so many words, Trump urged Congress to pass his big, beautiful budget. Do you know what's really in it? This budget would cut Medicaid by $880 billion. Oh, I guess Trump forgot to talk about that. $880 billion cut in Medicaid. According to one estimate, it means that up to 36 million Americans, including millions of children, would be thrown off the health insurance they have. Hey, a 90-minute speech tonight, not one word about throwing millions of kids off of the health insurance they have. When you cut Medicaid drastically, it means that nursing homes that receive 2/3 of their funding from Medicaid will either have to shut down, lay off workers, or significantly scale back the services they provide seniors. Gee, I didn't hear that from Trump tonight either. It would be a devastating blow, these cuts to Medicaid, for the 32 million Americans who get their health care at community health centers. And it's not just Medicaid that Trump's budget would cut. It would also cut nutrition assistance by at least $230 billion. Now, I want you to think about that for a moment. And can you imagine? The billionaire class, people who can support their families, some of these guys have tens of billions of dollars, support their families for the next 10 generations, 50 generations. People who live in incredible opulence. People who own their own jet planes, they own their own private islands, they own their own spaceships, trying to get tax breaks by taking food out of the mouths of low-income kids. That truly is disgusting. What we are seeing is the Robin Hood principle in reverse, taking from the poor and giving to the rich and the very, very rich. And here is something else Trump has been doing. For the past several weeks, he and his good friend Elon Musk, who is up there in the audience tonight, have been throwing hundreds of thousands of federal employees off their jobs. Now, I know some of you are saying, well, that's too bad, but that's the federal government, not me, it's not me, it's just those guys who work for the federal government. But I want you to think about this. Think about it for a moment. If Musk and his friends can arbitrarily throw federal workers out on the street today, what do you think that Musk and his fellow billionaires will be doing tomorrow when artificial intelligence and robotics explode in this country? Do you think they'll give a damn about you and your families? No, they will treat you exactly the way they're treating federal employees today. You will be out on the street as well. But it is not only absurd domestic policies that we've got to fight. For the first time in our 250-year history, we have a president who is turning his back on democracy and allying us with authoritarianism. No, we must not abandon the people of Ukraine who were invaded by the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. We must always stand for democracy, not dictatorship. Let me be very clear. Regardless of where Trump is taking this country, here's what I think and what I believe the American people want us to do. They want us to end a corrupt campaign finance system. Well, golly gee, I didn't hear Mr. Trump talk about that tonight. A corrupt campaign finance system which allows a handful of billionaires to buy elections. It is beyond crazy that someone like Elon Musk can contribute over $270 million to help get Trump elected, and then he gets to run the government. It is absurd that any member of Congress who stands up to Netanyahu's brutal war in Gaza can expect to be opposed by millions of dollars in campaign contributions coming from AIPAC. The American people want us to end this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision and move to the public funding of elections. Democracy is supposed to be about one person, one vote, not billionaires buying the political candidates of their choice. And further, no, we should not be giving tax breaks to billionaires. That's not what we should be doing. We must demand that the wealthiest people in this country start paying their fair share of taxes. We must raise the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour to a living wage of at least $17 an hour. We must make it easier for workers to join trade unions, grow the union movement, and prevent corporations from violating labor laws with impunity by passing the PRO Act, legislation that I will be introducing tomorrow. No, we are not going to cut Social Security. Quite the contrary. We must expand Social Security benefits and extend its solvency for the next 75 years by scrapping the cap that allows a billionaire to pay the same amount into Social Security as a truck driver. Too many of our seniors are hurting today for us to be talking about cutting Social Security. Over 20% seniors in this country living on $15,000 a year or less. Further, instead of making massive cuts to Medicaid, we must join every other major country in guaranteeing health care to all of our people through a Medicare for All single-payer program. We must also take on the greed of the pharmaceutical industry, get them to charge us what they charge other countries, reducing prescription drug prices by 50%. And at a time of a terrible housing crisis in Vermont and in every area of our country, we must build at least 4 million units of low-income and affordable housing, stop corporate landlords from jacking up rent prices, and establish a cap on rent. In a competitive global economy, we need the best educated workforce in the world. All of our young people must have the ability to get a higher education by making public colleges, trade schools, and universities tuition-free and canceling student debt. Yes, we can create millions of good-paying jobs by combating climate change and moving our energy system away from fossil fuels and into sustainable energy. You know, I heard a lot of talk about freedom tonight from Mr. Trump. Well, in a free society, we must absolutely guarantee that it is the women of America who control.
Okay, so we saw this part. You know, I apologize. When I forgot that he was doing this speech. I forgot that there were multiple Democrats. This wasn't the official rebuttal. That was Alyssa Slotnick. And just because the way they did it, I didn't have access to anything I was allowed to show you for hers. So I couldn't show you. And then one of the viewers reminded me that Bernie Sanders was giving a rebuttal as well. So we caught the end of it. And then I said, well, I'm just going to start and play the beginning. But I did feel one of the viewers said, leave it on for balance. And given that we had Trump on for about an hour and 30 or 40 minutes, and given that I was not able to show you the official Democratic rebuttal from Alyssa Slotkin, I thought it was worth playing one of the Democratic rebuttals. And at the same time, while you may not agree with him, I think it is interesting to see both perspectives, to see what Trump had to say and then to hear how Bernie Sanders responded to it. So you got to see some from both tonight. I do thank you to the viewer who reminded me that he was doing this. Anyways, I'm going to take a few comments from you guys. Okay. By the way, a quick thanks to Sean Ryder and Boomer Wow and Bebop and Rocksteady for your support. I really appreciate it. So we'll take a few more comments here. Eric says, I've heard this all before. Yeah, I mean, look, you know, and I think from both sides tonight, you're not hearing radically new things, but you certainly see a difference in the views. Thanks so much to Jackie Johnston. Hey, Jackie, thanks for your very generous support. That's really kind of you, Jackie. Thank you. Juice says Bernie is too extreme. We need to hear from some neutral middle ground politicians. I'm not aware, I'm not aware that there was no like the middle ground politician rebuttal to both Bernie Sanders and President Trump tonight. I'd play some of that if I knew of it. Let's see here. We were wondering we were talking before, right before Trump spoke, about whether he might make some big new announcement, but I'm not aware of that he did that. By the way, our viewer Noel mentioned to me, AZ Intel pointed this out, that the Chinese embassy in the U.S. posted, hold on a second here. Where is it here? Oh, I have to get rid of this. Chinese embassy in the U.S. said, if war is what the U.S. wants, be it a tariff war, a trade war, or any other type of war, we're ready to fight until the end. Now, for all I know, this account, I'm not familiar with the Chinese embassy in the U.S. account. It's an official account. They might, for all I know, post this kind of, rhetoric all the time. So I just don't know. This is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, China, said the fentanyl issue is a flimsy excuse to raise U.S. tariffs on Chinese imports. But look, I am very interested in seeing where all this goes with China because over the last month or so, President Trump has now raised tariffs on Chinese goods, raised by 20% tariffs on all Chinese goods. So we'll see where that all goes. Sports card collector says, I'm mad Democrats didn't stand for Lake and Riley. I saw some viewers who were upset about Democrats not standing for certain things. I think I'm guessing it's, there's this thing where if you're a Democrat, you might be torn about standing for something that you might think you want to stand for, but then you might not like the way Trump is talking about it, or think that it's being used a certain way by Trump. So I understand the concerns on both sides there, and we did have a number of people say that they were upset with Democrats for not standing for things. Cindy says, just clap, no need to stand. Yeah, King Shrek asked about Dems not standing for Laken Riley or DJ. Again, my guess is if you pressed, this is just a guess, you might have Democrats that if you talk to in private about it, and you could have an open and private conversation with them, that they might say, well, sure, what happened to Laken Riley is very upsetting, but I don't support President Trump's, using this in a way to demonize immigrants. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think, I'm not, if a Democrat doesn't stand when Trump is talking about Laken Riley, I'm not taking it as that the Democrat is overjoyed that Laken Riley got killed. But whether, you think whether you think the right response in that situation is to stand or not stand, I'm not going to tell you what to think. That's you have to decide that for yourself. Thank you, True North, for our new member, True North. Thank you. Also, Mike, our new member. Hold on a second here. We have to do this. There we go. Thank you, Les Paul 85, our member. Kyle says, I saw many Dems clapping but not standing. Yeah, I mean, once in a while they would show like a cutaway of Democrats. I didn't have like an isolation camera. Also, it's possible because the feed we were watching was not, there's a feed that we were watching, which is the House feed, like the official House feed that Reuters was showing. There's also something called the pool feed, which I don't have access to, which if you watched it on TV, it's a different feed and they were showing some different angles. So you might've seen different stuff. Thank you, True North from Canada, by the way, for your support. True North is a supporter of President Trump. In the big scheme of things also, I don't know that this speech either way, in a week or two or three, will this speech be high on everybody's list of concerns and things they're talking about? I don't really anticipate it. I don't think a lot of these speeches are like that, So, my point is, I think there was no huge big thing either way, I thought. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think you heard what you probably thought you might hear from President Trump, whatever you think about him. And, my guess is that there will be a lot more news, the way things are going, that will overtake this quite fast. Certainly, there's going to be developments with Ukraine, developments with tariffs. So, in the big scheme of things, there will be more developments. Michael Burmester says, never a dull moment with Trump. If eventually the U.S. were to invade Greenland, as one of our viewers pointed out, he did say that thing of, like, we'll get Greenland one way or the other. It seemed like kind of a throwaway remark. So maybe one day you look back on it and you say, oh, he was referring to that here, but I'm not holding my breath for that to happen. But you never know. Just NorCal Jim says, what is the plan with Panama? Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but he said it wasn't clear, like he was talking about getting the Panama Canal back, but he didn't say we were going to like invade it or anything. So, he's been talking about that for months as well. There wasn't like some kind of big detailed Panama section, if I remember right. I think it was more a short kind of thing. And I think it's a perfectly good question. What is he going to do with the Panama Canal and Greenland? But I don't know. I don't think this speech clarified things. Oh, thank you to Ryan L. I appreciate that, Ryan L. Thanks for your support. Mr. Backhand thought it was a great speech. Again, sorry I couldn't show you the official rebuttal. But we got to see a rebuttal. But I do think it was interesting how much was given to each topic. And certainly there was a lot on immigration. And Israel and Ukraine stuff, not much at all. And at the end, whatever you think of the speech, that was pretty clear. That was right at the end, and it was quite short on both of those topics, which are, very important issues. But look, you're him, and you're going to make choices. Every president who makes a speech makes choices about what to feature and not feature. So, Naomi Nocturnal thought it was his campaign speech. And he spent a bunch of time talking about Doge and, claiming that Democrats were spending money irresponsibly and fraudulently and all that stuff. And I'm not going to get into his list of claims, and somebody might question some of those claims. But he did that. We've heard him do that kind of thing before in other speeches recently. But there was a lot more time given to that as well than to the Israel stuff and the Middle East stuff and the Ukraine stuff. TJ Adams says NATO. Yeah, again, I don't remember. He didn't really get into that much, if I'm right. I mean, he talked about the stuff he's been talking about, saying that Europe sort of spent more money on Ukraine but again, that was not a big part of the speech. Anyways. Yeah, Battle VR, as far as we're aware, there's no deal yet signed between the U.S. and Ukraine. The mineral deal, whatever that is. But he sounded an optimistic note in the speech about that. So who knows what will happen tomorrow or the next day. Thank you, Bebop and Rocksteady, who says 7.2 million gold cards erases our debt. Well, we'll see how many people buy. He's talking about the $5 million gold card to get like a green card kind of thing, to become a permanent resident with a path to citizenship, right? I mean, there has been a program already that existed, but you had to pay them, I think, $1 million, and you had to create a certain amount of jobs. And anyways, though, the thing is, I mean, we'll have to see how many people really have $5 million and are willing to spend it on that. I guess Trump thinks companies might have it as well. I mean, I just asked. Google says as of December 2024, there were about 58 million millionaires in the world. That includes 1 million. And you'd have to subtract the number of American millionaires from that because they wouldn't spend it. Lana Rogers says, no offense, but why is agenda-free covering like every single Trump speech? Presidential speeches haven't been covered this much in this channel unless it was global newsworthy. Couple things. First of all, I always covered the speeches like this. Covered them from Biden, covered them for Trump before. Second of all, well, here, I hate to break it to you, but Trump often makes big news with his speeches, whereas that wasn't really the case for Biden. For example, we covered a press conference that he gave with Benjamin Netanyahu. Did I know what he was going to say? No. What happened? He just happened to announce that the U.S. was going to take over Gaza. Right? This is a regular occurrence with Trump, that he's giving some kind of, I covered the thing on Friday when Zelensky visited. He was supposed to visit. They were going to give a press conference. Maybe something was going to get signed later in the day. happened to be covering the part where he talked to Zelensky in the Oval Office. What ended up happening? This big argument, and Zelensky ends up leaving the White House. Look, the channel covers big news. So the fact of the matter is that very regularly when Trump is doing an appearance, giving a speech, giving a press conference, big news comes out of it. That's why we cover it. If I cover 10 of these things and there's no more big news, well, I'll reconsider it then. But I mean, go back to the channel. We covered a lot of Biden speeches. But yeah, as a percentage of events. Also, let me just say this. Trump does more press events. He answers more questions. I used to say during the Biden administration, I said, if he does a press conference, I'll cover every single one of them. Whenever I knew Biden was answering questions, I covered it. It just didn't happen much. So, I mean, the reason you're seeing more coverage is that there's more of these types of events and they're making more big news, which is why we're covering them. It's a channel that covers big news. Anyways. Also, I'll say this. It's not like we're covering the Trump stuff at the expense of other stuff. I'm not covering other stuff less. If there's big other news, I cover it. I think we're probably just on the air even more than we were. Okay. Anyways, I wanted to address the question. But yeah, I mean, it just can happen that under certain presidents, there might be more big news and you end up covering it more. Okay, anyways, look, it is 12:04 a.m. I think we're getting to that time where we're going to start wrapping up this coverage. But I really appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for joining our stream tonight. I enjoyed watching the speech and the rebuttal with you. And I am sure there will be more big breaking news in the days to come, and we'll be on the air to cover it. So thank you so much for being here. And thanks for sharing your comments. We were reading some of your comments. Sorry I couldn't get to all of them. But, excuse me, I really appreciate you sharing them and participating. Those of you who participated in the chats. And, you know, really great that we have our moderators so we can actually have chats that are civil and respectful, even though we have people with a lot of different views in our chats. So I appreciate that we're able to do that. So thank you for joining us. Subscribe, follow the channel. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda, agenda-free TV. So subscribe and follow. Turn notifications on. I don't know when big news is going to happen. I come on the air when big news happens. So, but I can't tell you in advance. So make sure you have the notifications turned on so you don't miss a stream. We have a notification system. It works awesome. It's free. We set it up. You can takes really quick, sign up, then you get a notification sent to you whenever we go live. So the mods will post the link to the notifications in the chat. You can also, on our videos, in the description of the video on Facebook and YouTube, it gives the link right there. So make sure you're signed up for those. Also, I will post updates on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. You can follow me there for breaking news when I'm not on the air. Also, a lot of times I'm posting stuff there when I am on the air. So follow me over there. By the way, thanks to Alex Price and Bojangles2929. Thank you. And True North as well. and Coffee and Bacon Guy, and Paper City Gamer over there on Twitch, and Daredevil 2300, and Sleazy Grease, and Shadow Mark 3. Hey, huge thanks to our moderators. I mean, you know, these political streams especially can get a little impassioned there in the chats, and the only reason we can have chats is because of our moderators. They're the best. So shout them out, thank them, because they're the ones who who make it possible. Thank you so much to our moderators for being here. Really appreciate it. Ruth Krafasi, thank you so much, Ruth, for all your help over on YouTube, and all of our other YouTube moderators who've been there. Cynthia Moon, thank you, Cynthia. All of our other YouTube moderators on Twitch there. Cerero, David Green, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Dev, thanks. Over there on X, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us. Thank you. Bud Green, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body. Thanks so much for being there on Facebook. Thank you. Moderators, thanks so much. And thanks to everybody who donated to the channel. That is so nice of you guys. Really generous support. I think I thanked everybody. But, you know, like Jackie Johnston, Sean TV, Van Dan, everybody else. Again, I think I thanked everybody. Hopefully I got everybody. I tried to. But that's really nice of you. That's how this channel can exist, is your support. So thank you. And if you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But thanks for supporting the channel and letting the channel exist. So thank you. Also, hey, we do have a chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not live. A lot of our viewers like doing our Discord chat. It's free. Check it out. It's the same link as the free notifications link. So check out our chat. And thanks to our Discord mods for all you do as well. Really appreciate it, Discord mods. A reminder for those of you who are on X, follow Agenda Free TV on X. I always give a heads up there before we're going live. Good way to find out when we're going live. And also I will post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV on X. And I would suggest, if you watch us on YouTube, hey YouTube viewers, I would suggest that you turn the YouTube notifications on. That'll give you a heads up when we're doing a live stream. But if you want to do that, if you want to turn the YouTube notifications on, what you got to do is, you got to subscribe on YouTube. Subscribing on YouTube is free. It's like following on Twitter or something. But once you subscribe on YouTube, then what you got to do is you got to click this bell, and then you got to choose all notifications. So if you are subscribed on YouTube, make sure you got the bells clicked and you've chosen all. Okay. Let's see here. Hey, thanks to all of our subscribers on Facebook who support the channel, like Rita Evans Lang, Eve Richards, Lou Green, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Robert Rial II, Martha Crawford, Michael Clayton, all of our other Facebook subscribers. I really appreciate your support over there. Marie Goodson Hamilton, thank you. Also, our Twitch subscribers, thanks so much for your support. They're over there on Twitch. Like Sleazy Grease, Shaggy, Wall Street, Holistic, Jack's Animals, Matthew Kohai 3, Integrity Farmer Bob, Gina Pina, DeBayers, all of our other Twitch subs, thank you. And our YouTube members, like Ringo, Joe Hart, Polly Lily, Dr. McRib, UV Lightning, Mag, Gabriel Lundis, Louis Begas, CAC 813, Mr. Backhand, Doug Cahill, Teresa, TJ Adams, Roger Shoemaker, Thomas Kruger, Chris N., Jean Romaine, Claire, all of these YouTube members. Thank you, YouTube members. Mama 457 Rose, Riri Patton, Dolly Mama Drama, Kay Mino, John, Raven Knight, Wildflower, Jules Henderson. Bojangles 2929, thanks for your support. And who else? Frisian Drone Aviator, Teresa, April Lee Wax Queen, Macro Geek, Bebop and Rocksteady. Thanks for all your support. I really appreciate it, Bebop and Rocksteady as well. Patricia Grace, Mammy Washington, Kafka on the Shore, Anne, Yolanda Trevino. Thanks for your support. Kay Mino, our member. All of our other viewers, too. Like Trisha Lyderson, thanks for watching. And Nicolette Parker, Hope Wynn, Suzanne Berry, Bob Fix, Dennis McNeely, and GTA 4 Speedrun, thanks for watching. Appreciate everybody being at the screen tonight. LOL, Haos Total, Matt Kinman, Michael Rare Zebra. Thank you for joining us. Thunder MTA. All right, guys. So again, really appreciate you being with us tonight. Thank you so much. There's been so much news lately. I'm sure there's going to be more big news soon. So that is it for now. So thank you so much. We have been here covering President Trump's address to Congress. If you didn't see it, you can rewind and watch it. All right. So that is it for now. Thank you again to our moderators. Thank you to all of you for watching. And we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.